What's up, guys? How's it going? This is Peter at Running Gun Tarot. Hope you guys are doing well. Just wanted to jump in and pull some cards for you, get an energy update. I just found out that LA Fitness in Los Angeles is open. Those fucks, Jihad, they've been open for like 10 or 11 months. I just called. Those motherfuckers promised that they would email their members, but I think they're just being fucking con artists. And they don't want everybody coming back because then that means higher energy bills on their part. So they're scumbags, man. I swear. I hate that part of human beings where they're such fucking simpletons and they let shit like that go. Or like when you attach something on an email that's not filled out all the way, and the person that you're emailing it to doesn't look at it, and so they can't inform you that you're missing a vital piece of information. That really happened with me on like this job interview. I could have completed this security pass weeks ago, and this bitch didn't look at it, and so now I gotta wait to like get hired on. I'm so mad. But anyways, it's like, what are you gonna do? You just gotta transmute that energy. You gotta zoom out, look at the bigger picture, and you just gotta let it go because it's not worth being angry about. I could look at the whole LA Fitness situation and think, oh, that's 10 months, that's 11 months that I lost of being able to work out, in a social environment that's good for my mental health. Or I could just look at the side of it where I'm the badass that still did the running, did the home workouts, played basketball, lifted weights, worked on my pull-ups. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you can't be bitter. You just gotta look at the silver lining, and I gotta look at it as it helped mold me and meld me into a better person. You know. But I just think that that's fucked up, and people are just trying to follow suit. They're trying to follow what the county's doing and what the news is doing, and they're trying to keep hush hush. They're claiming that that's why they didn't email people, but people are ignorant, and it's a damn shame that those are the people that are running our societies, are these ignorant ass motherfuckers. But give it to God, right? Give it all to God. He can handle it. I'm not going to bear the brunt of that. So it's all just energy at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? I just got to focus on the fact that regardless of the time, regardless of the months, regardless of being isolated for months on end, I just got to look at the brighter picture of it. I'm strong, and it allowed me to see how strong I am and whatever. But that's pretty bogus. I called and I asked, I'm like, how long have you guys been allowing people to enter without vaccine passes? And they're like, oh, well, since before I've been working here, this is like last October. And I'm like, are you serious? And like, I'm so mad. It's so like, and people like act like it's nothing, but it's like, to people like me, it's fucking everything. It's an outlet to socialize in an isolated ass city like LA. So it's just like, I'm just dealing with like emotions of frustration at this moment. I mean, regardless of like YouTube, suppressing videos and just everything. It just feels like everything. The system is slanted not in your favor, and if it's not that, then it's human error. And it's just like I'm just so over it. You know what I'm saying? But you just got to be better and not bitter, I suppose. Yeah, man. It's because I remember I stopped being able to go in November 2021, the same month that my effed up ass girlfriend at the time left me. She bailed on me after we decided to move in together, and it's just like the two loves of my life in the same month. Everything was taken away from me, And it's like I said, we live in a world where that goes, concealed. Like that story will never get out. And it's like, so you just got to transmute the energy, and you got to do something good with it. As somebody that they say the victors tell the story, So you just got to live long enough to tell your tale, I guess. But yeah, it's just really frustrating. because I could have been going back for a year now almost, and it's like they were just being scumbags about it, low key. But whatever, man. I manned up. I stuck to my home workouts. I stuck to running at night. I stuck to it. You know what I'm saying? So. I think it's been like, yeah, it's been like a year and 6 months, a year and a half maybe, since I've been able to go there. Maybe even longer, I don't remember. Let's see, November 2021 to 22, that's a year. So, yeah, it's been like a year, and they closed it in like November. So, a year and 9 months, a year and 8 months that I haven't been able to go. It's ridiculous. And then come to find out that I could have potentially have gone back sooner, under a year. It's just ridiculous. That's what they claim, but I don't know. I mean, even if I go by my logistics where I last called them, like, I feel like I called them last summer. And I just took their word for it that they would email, but they just straight up lied, you know. But so yeah, I had to have been, September. The guy said that it was before he started working there back in October, November. So I got to imagine like September. And I remember calling like last summer. But think about it, it's like a whole 12 months with you not having that kind of social piece of structure in your life. You know, it's just ridiculous. Yeah, Hangman in the reverse. That's right. Out of your hands. A deep, fulfilling wish. Instability financially. Feel kind of bitter, broke down. Things not growing in. Things incomplete. Wanting to rush forward and take positive action. With the Knight. Coming out of heartbreak, sorrow. An openness to an opportunity, to an emotional investment. There might be confusion here, lots of confusion, lots of human error, but I think that there's joy to be had. Again, if you just focus on the joy, if you focus on the bigger picture, remember no energy gained or lost. Time is an illusion. So, again, like if you're considering a frustrating story like mine, just don't focus on the bullshit. Tens are about completion here. 8 is work, career. Finding your balance. Wish fulfillment with the 9 in the upright. Coming out of that bitter feel. Strategizing, planning. I feel like there's a mother figure involved here. King of Pentacles, it's good to see. Could be that you're seeing kind of the dawning of this new chapter that we've been speaking to for a while now. Sudden change with the Tower moment in the uprights. Sun card in the reverse, I mean, any way you slice it, that's still a positive energy, so I'm not too mad at that. Especially coming off the Tower card in the upright. Yeah, 10 of Cup in the upright. This is an air of like, when I say air, I mean A-I-R. I think it's actually spelled A-I-R-E. But, that vibe or that feel of, just kind of happiness overall. Being in union, being connected. I went to go get my fingerprint scanned yesterday because the job requires it. And tell me why it was me and this girl. But she was cute. I don't know. I think she was within my age range, but she was taking my thumbprints. She was like holding my hand, like scanning it. On they use it. They use an electrical scanner now, and to run like an FBI and a Department of Justice background check. But um, that I think it was like that Etta James song, where it was like a wedding song. It started playing when she was holding my left hand, scanning my because I got to scan each individual finger. And she was scanning my ring finger on my left hand, and I shit you not, that song was like, "At last, my love has came," or however the lyric goes. Um, and it just felt so funny. It felt like such a funny movie moment, an awkward, cute, funny like moment that you would. And then of course there's some like schlub guy sitting in a twirly chair next to me, and it's just like, dude, can you give us a minute? Type vibe. But I got the scan done, and it didn't cost as much money. Oh, and kind of like awkwardly, coincidentally, the price of it was supposed to be like $79, but it ended up only costing like 47. And it's like 4 and 7 are like my life path numbers. You know how they have like soul numbers, destiny, life. 4 and 7 are two of them, and as well as 11. So I thought that was a little bit of an auspicious sign from the ethers. Yeah, this could be feeling like bummed out about no incoming communication. I know that I've been waiting for a while now on, kind of employment to be solidified, and, the job market's been so shitty, seemingly. I've been looking for almost 3 months now, May, June, July, and I'm in the final steps of a security check with one company, but it's like human mishaps, man. I could have gotten this hand scan security clearance done like weeks ago, but the motherfuckers never looked. They never put eyes on the email attachment that I sent them, and it's just like shit like that, man. It's just infuriating because it jams up the process. I could have been approved already and started working already, and it's just like, this is strategizing away from being out in the cold. It's very apropos. Someone getting compensated, someone getting approved, someone getting awarded something there, able to kind of reconnect with your soulmates and such. I don't know what the King of Wands is, backed up by the Queen of Cups. It could be somebody's going at bat for you, or someone's stepping up for you in a time of need. Okay. Clarify the Nine of Cups in the reverse, please. It's the Nine of Cups in the reverse, please. It's kind of like emotional immaturity, maybe not having expertise, maybe relying on negative habits. It could be a father figure not being there. There's just a lot of negativity swirling around that. Nine of Cups in the reverse, King of Cups in the reverse, but the Queen of Cups is there to kind of see that and maybe like go at bat for the occasion, go at bat for the situation. Ten of Swords in the reverse. Things are out of your hands, seemingly. Okay. Obviously, it's always mind your P's and Q's type of business when it comes to your thinking and your energy. Okay, rushing forward to stability is what I see here. Collaborative effort with the Three of Pentacles in the upright. Ace of Spades in the upright. This is success. This is something growing in. Truth, victory, clarity. Doesn't really have to do with you taking any action, and still, you see this in the reverse. Now it's 180 in the upright now after the Wands in the reverse, Ace of Wands in the reverse, 7 in the upright, 7 of Pentacles in the upright, Truth, Victory, 30. Coming off the work backdrop, collaborative, Ace of Sword, Victory. So it's like your situation is going from 0 to 100. You finally are able to attain that which you've been hanged and suspended from for the longest. You know, and it's almost as if like it's kind of like God had you on a retainer, God had you on a holding pattern. 9 of Pentacles, though, is you're able to achieve that financial freedom, independence, and abundance that you've been wishing for coming out on like, you know, however many years. It's probably taken however many years that you've actually been. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, it could have been that you finally like required. Like for me personally, I've been looking for traditional work for like off and on, maybe like, you know, it could go back off and on to like even back post pandemic, like 2021. But it was half hearted. I wasn't full in it. I just was with a toxic person that wasn't supportive of what I was trying to do lifestyle wise, which was make it as a tarot reader and be able to kind of subsidize with like food deliveries and stuff. But that person was just shitting on my vision and my dream, and she ended up bailing on me and doubling all my bills, cutting everything in half, redoubling it because we were splitting everything, and she just pulled the carpet from out of me and moved all of a sudden. So I have to pay a full rent, full utilities, full everything. This was back in 2020, but 2021 November, excuse me. But point being, when I was with her, I remember she would try to encourage me to get a full-time job, even though I was still able to cover costs. And I never went without pulling my weight. So it's like she was just player hating in hindsight. But when you're not full in on something and you're half-hearted on it, then it's like you're not going to really kind of land that gig. But I've been maybe like, you know, full-hearted, like FULL, like full, both feet in, all in, for I want to say like, like probably 3 months now. But I think like it was so weird. Like my Gmail was running Gun Tarot. So I want to say maybe for that first month, I wouldn't be surprised if like job recruiters and people that viewed my emails and my resumes, maybe they like didn't take me seriously. So that took a month to process out. And then I'm short on time as it is. So then June and July, I've just been like painstakingly trying to land something. And, you know, thankful to say that it feels like I'm rounding third, you know, headed on home, rounding the bases. But it's just been one heartbreaker after another, but I'm undefeated in all the bullshit, you know? It's like, what else can you say to that? It's like learning how to process healthy functionality emotionally with the 5 of Cups in the reverse as you're waiting to get the green light, the okay to jump. Feeling enthusiastic. Can you clarify what is this person crying about or not being open to on the home front? You know, maybe not necessarily wanting to lose an apartment, such as myself. Empress is here, though, giving birth to this kind of being freed up energy, 8 of Swords in the reverse. Knight of Cups in the upright. Seeing the injustices of it all in the face of your instability, but again, just using that energy to kind of make you stronger. Essentially, the King of Swords in the upright, that could also represent a decision. This is how I've heard some readers refer to that. King of Pentacles looking on to the King of Swords here. Getting compensated, travel after a period of suspension, seemingly. Because remember that Joker came in the upright. Could be something is being given to you that you don't see coming. Okay. Something that's been stagnated, waiting for a new beginning emotionally. You're ready to walk away and leave this current situation. 8 of Cups, walking away, it doesn't have to be literally walking away. It could be like you're just done with this chapter. You know, you could still stay in the same exact place and environment, but it's like you're done with the way that things are functioning emotionally almost. Okay, and that's shown here with the Hanged Man in the reverse coming out of this. It's kind of interesting how the imagery echoes each other, but I would say coming out of this imbalance here and finally having your wish fulfilled. Okay, being able to take refuge finally, Five of Pentacles in the reverse, new agreements, new partnerships, new contracts. One little kind of weird positive thing that I noticed is when I went to go get my security check, they entered the number of somebody who was employed. So it's almost telling me as though maybe they gave me the job already, or I don't know if that's just some weird workaround that they do. But Knight of Swords in the upright, rushing to this Two of Cup in the upright agreement. That's how it comes across. Yes, attaining that wish fulfillment there again. What's the Knight? The Knight keeps on rushing forward. Typically, they're facilitators of action. It's like I feel like it's this energy of him handing someone that kind of action step or a tool that's needed to complete. Yeah, Three of Pentacles in the upright. This is like a tool that's needed. To fulfill the work, to fulfill the union. Hierophant in the upright. Remember, I said that At Last song started playing. It could. I also thought about it that it could represent marriage, like union of career, not necessarily a romantic union, but it's like it's playing a wedding song because it's like you found the job that you're going to be married to, essentially. I'm also getting like trust because especially in the context of like things in hindsight. Hindsight is obviously 2020. You know, I like in the midst of leaving, working from home and trying to be my own boss and leaving this kind of stage of financial instability. I had this flash of a thought of, oh, I should have conducted my YouTube channel more so like a radio show where I went on for like an hour a day. But it's like you don't necessarily feel like doing that every day. And if you're not getting any feedback from the people, in YouTube land, then it's like, point being is I can't beat myself up for not being, that consistent. I mean, if you have the energy, if you have the charge, if you have the means, if you have the money in the bank, then yeah, but I'm just, someone that's trying to keep my head above water. I like to tell myself that like I'm soaring above all the bullshit because I do believe in neuro-linguistic programming. I believe that how you tell yourself. But as far as just the functionality of like, I get people that have the capacity to do something in an empty room, but I can't hold it against myself for not having that kind of mentality or that methodological approach. Yeah, I usually kind of base things off of like how I feel, and tarot takes energy as it is, so it's kind of like I can't beat myself up. Let's put it this way: if it's not something that I'm willing to do moving forward, I can't beat myself up for not having done it in the past. That Knight of, I want to know, Spirit, can you please specifically clarify the Jack of Club? Usually means someone handing you something, like I said, but it's like handing something to, hey, what's up? How's it going? It's handing this like tool. Yeah, you could ask. You could ask if you could ask. To facilitate also tips and donations, they help get the energy going. You don't have to, but sending anything will help. I have my Cash App, PayPal, Venmo below in the description box. This energy is like handing this Two of Cup energy the means to facilitate this agreement or this transaction. Okay, which is good to see. Why is it Two of Wands in the reverse? Why is the Two of Wands in the reverse? Yeah, I feel as though that it could be that you just don't really quite see this union coming with the Lover's card in the upright, but it comes out of nowhere seemingly in the midst of Nine of Pentacles in the reverse, Two of Wands in the reverse, which is good. It's good to see that. True feelings for me, on-off contact. If it's on-off contact, then this person is not serious about you. Men will let you know how they feel. Men are very direct. If it's on and off, if it's inconsistent, chances are he's just playing games or he doesn't have his priorities straight. So that's what I'm picking up on that. It could be that you're enamored by this person, so you're giving them a lot of leeway, you're giving them a lot of benefit of the doubt, but you're only going to hurt yourself by, hoping. You can't hope with people, okay? Because people are supposed to let you down. That's just how life works, It's very rare that people come through. So I would just, use this as an example to kind of take off the blindfold and try to see things for what they are. What's up, Amira? Yeah, I mean, it's better if you send a tip or a donation, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo below, because it keeps the energy positive. I could pull a couple cards for you. My Cash App is in the description box, or if you have PayPal or Venmo. It helps the channel going. It helps the energies going. Three of Pentacles in the upright. That's a work energy for you, Amira. Coming out of sadness. Three of Swords in the reverse. Seven of Pentacles in the upright. Something steadily growing in. A bridging energy. These are all positive cards. Ace of Pentacles, a new opportunity or offer. That bridging energy, Five of Swords in the reverse, it's kind of like you're building roads and bridges of connection to this new opportunity. It comes across as career-based or work-based or something that you're investing your time on. Devil card in the reverse, coming out of not being able to see the future, not having a vision, maybe even being betrothed to something that you don't want to be betrothed to, being locked into something like a contract or a situation that you don't want to. So that's good. It means that you're leaving all that behind. Ten of Cups in the reverse is you got to watch out for emotional manipulation, gaslighting, maybe somebody, not in it for the right reasons. Okay, so you want to apply that energy to your external company of people that might be, surrounding you, but also you want to check your own motives and your own, motivation, and you want to make sure that you're in it for the right reason. Okay. That's how it's coming across. Let's get one more card for Amira. See what wants to come out here. Yeah, that Devil card came out again in the reverse. It's crazy. I shuffled it, put it back in and shuffled. I am not that good at card magic. So it's a very positive opportunity for you to kind of leave any negativity and start to, for yourself, create a vision of where you want to be and how does it look and how does it feel. And you could pull that reality into your life, into your world by practicing the feeling of it. Feel the money in your bank account. Feel the success. Feel the thousands of YouTube viewers watching you, liking your video, subscribing, donating. It feels good. It's something to be grateful for. It's something to be excited for. Okay, that's the kind of vibe that we're talking about. We're empowered with the tools that we have here and now to manifest our reality. Okay. So yeah, now is always a good time to get excited. Okay, let's take a step back. Let's zoom out and see more general collective energies. Please, Spirit, let us know, just for fun, highest possible messages or things that we should think of. I just got word. I just called LA Fitness. I'm in Los Angeles, just south of Hollywood. And tell me why these motherfuckers during the pandemic and the vaccine passport requirements and Last year, summertime, I called them. I was like, "Do you guys still require vaccine cards to get into the gym?" They said, "Yes. We'll email you and notify you when you could come back without having to have a vaccine card." Tell me why these motherfuckers never reached out to any of their members. They never emailed us. And I called them, flash forward today, 20th, 2023, almost 10 months later, or a year later, damn near. And they're like, "Oh, yeah, we haven't needed vaccine cards since last September." And I'm like, "Are you shitting me, dude? Motherfuckers are like locked down, isolated, damn near fucking killing themselves. Motherfuckers like me." I was so mad, dude. I was so mad because that was like a big vital part of like my life. Going to the gym, it's a little like kind of a social function, you know. But I was so salty because according to these motherfuckers, it's been since like last September. That's literally like 10 months. Um, yeah, yeah. I mean, I was gonna go back to the general. I mean, for not having a paid reading, you know. Um, so yeah, I was like so salty about that because it's like, what kind of business is that? You know, to me, that's just like that's not right. That's like some con artist shit. I swear to God. So zooming back to the general collective energies, let's see what goes on. Nine of Pentacles in the reverse, maybe financially dependent. Things are halted, but there's a power and strength of prayer there. I know myself personally, I've been tapping more into God and prayer and things like that. Temperance in the reverse feels like everything's all fucked up timing wise. Nine of Rods in the upright. This is like battle tested, embittered. Okay, the critical thinker is there, but there does seem to be that kind of coming out of this challenging time. Queen of Pentacles in the upright. Even though nothing's been communicated to you, it's almost as if the final kind of calibrations are being put on a scale. Justice and the Empress. It's always good to see the Empress card here. Endings and closures of cycles. Ten of Cup in the reverse. Can you clarify that, Spirit? Six of Cup in the upright. Can you clarify why the Ten of Cup in the reverse, Spirit? You don't see it, and it could be making you not happy right now. A lot of blind imagery, right? 8 and 2 in the reverse, Justice. So it could just be that it's quite literally here. The final touches are being put on it, but for you, it's not good enough. Like, you really want it cinched. You really want it signed, sealed, and delivered here. Anything else for the Six of Cup in the upright, and then the 10 in the reverse? Yeah, you're just kind of having to bide your energy. Again, more of the not seeing it energy. Trust and confidence just came out on my phone. I have an alarm that reminds me to trust and be confident. Anything else here, Spirit? Anything else? Don't break me, I'm so fucking done. Yeah, nothing's in your hands right now as far as what you could do. There's not really much that you could do to change your situation other than what you've been doing. There's this Two of Sword energy in the upright that's kind of consistently still there. That's coming across. Okay, bringing down the blockages here, bringing down the bitterness. You're going to attain your wish fulfillment. That's been coming out consistently. King of Pentacles status there. Two of Pentacles in the upright. Queen of Pentacles in the upright. Being able to get your footing, being able to gather yourself, being able to balance yourself. Okay. That's nothing to sneeze at. You know what I'm saying? King of Pentacle, Queen of Pentacle. You have this backing here. It's almost as if like this divine masculine, feminine, they're backing you and helping you to achieve your wish fulfillment. Two of Pentacle in the upright. It could be just wanting to like get your grounding, get your footing, the ability to just kind of, you know, be able to be self-sufficient. Things of that nature. Anything else here, Square? Anything else? Full card of the reverse again, not really having that go ahead run, just kind of having to bide your time. But I'm getting that you're at the end of it. That's how it's coming across. It would be one thing if this was just the start, but I'm getting that it's the end, which is good because a new cycle is starting after that. It's funny. I was so mad about the gym thing, and this shirt says "Don't be a salty bitch." Fuck you. What else here? My fucking air conditioning. Hot balls in there. Where's my air? Bullshit. 76 degrees up in this up. Mad as hell. That bitch is at 75. Fuck you. It's out of ink ass printer. Again, it was fucking something that could have been changed. I was just sitting on it. I mean, I often go to my mom as like an advisor. And yesterday, when I told her about that shit that happened with work, she was like, "Oh, if it was me, I would have asked." And da 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 da. And I'm like, I didn't even know what to ask. I didn't even know what I didn't know. So how is that going to be an example of it being on me? And then same thing with the air, the AC right now. It's like I thought that motherfucker was full blown. How the fuck did I know? I'm just sitting in a hot box for no reason. Same thing for fucking the gym. I'm giving these motherfuckers the benefit of the doubt. So I guess the takeaway is don't stop giving everyone the benefit of the doubt. Stop. It could be that you're so used to writing things off and giving things the benefit of the doubt. If you have a doubt or a question, double and triple check it. You know what I'm saying? But it's like you just got to stop giving things the benefit of the doubt, I would say. Like if I have my thermostat on 75 and it says 76 and I don't feel shit, like come on, dude, that's on the fucking thermostat. Like keep on pumping out the fucking air. I don't know why the fucking thing is on 75, you know? But then the example of like the LA Fitness, it's like that's on them, bro. Like, but then you could also say it's on me for not calling, but then it's like I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. Who wants to fucking hound them and constantly be told that no, it's closed? And then it's like same thing with the so it's like this blurry line. I don't know if Mercury was in retrograde, but it's kind of like to me, dude, like if you're a fucking gym and you don't require this big fucking vaccine port issue, you don't require it anymore and you're not going to tell your members, that's kind of fucked, man. Come on. Or if you're the fucking job HR personnel manager and someone emails you back documentation that you're waiting on them to fulfill and you don't put eyes on it and notify them that they didn't fulfill it correctly, like, come on, dude. Really? So how the fuck can I blame myself on that? Like, that's some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't try to gaslight me into the reality of that it's my fucking fault. Fuck you, dude. And I guess that's my message today is don't let reality try to like fucking put it on you that it's your fault for not following up with LA Fitness, even though they told you specifically that they would reach out to you or one of the personnel did. You got to leave room for human error and you got to not give that the benefit of the doubt because that might be the very thing that is holding you back in some way or preventing you from living the life that you want to live or getting something complete that you're trying to get complete. But with the work situation, it's like it's honestly like I don't think it's such a far-fetched expectation to expect somebody to put eyes on a document that you emailed back to them. Like I don't think that's such a far cry. Like I get that people are busy, but it's like you're not going to look at an email and put eyes on it and see that it's not complete. But he filled out the midsection of the form, just not the 2 lines that you're waiting for him to fill out. Like, come on, dude, you got to say something. And I give myself the fucking benefit of that because I'm like, I didn't know what I didn't know. I literally gave you the document. that means you have to look at it, and then I put waiting further instruction. What the fuck? Why else would I write that? So it's like, no, don't give me that shit. And then with the LA Fitness shit, it's like, that's on them, dude. Like, I was so fucking grinding. You know, I didn't see any information online. I called them last summer, and that was that. And I flipped the switch in my mind. I made it so in my mind that I just wasn't going to keep on calling them because, again, I gave them the benefit of the doubt. Now, I'm not going to say, you know, shame on me or that's my fault because that's not fair. You give people the benefit of the doubt. That's what I've been taught. That's what I've kind of conducted myself as doing. Because if somebody says something, then you're supposed to do it. That's the point of communication. You're supposed to reach out to someone, at least write a note, motherfucker. But it's like, people are not accountable. They're just fucking schlubs, you know? Like, but as an organization, that's on them. I think they're scummy, you know? And I can even say it to the organization that I'm talking about in my personal life, not the LA Fitness, the other one. Because it's like you got 3 people CC'd on that email chain. You're not putting eyes on it. You're not seeing that it's not filled out. Like, what the fuck, dude? Unaccountable pricks. I'm trying to think at every angle, you know. Like, let's put it this way: the moment where you think to call, it's gonna be when you think to call, and that just happened to be today. But it's like, I don't remember last time I called. If you're gonna ask me when's the last time I called, I would say fucking last summer. But I don't remember calling again. I could have, and maybe there was cross communication. You know, I think I remember looking it up online. I couldn't find anything. You know, it's just weird shit like that just falls between the cracks. You know, like. But as far as like accountability and who should be responsible for it, man, like I said, dude, that's just not cool business. You're running a gym and you're not going to notify people that you don't need this major fucking requirement anymore. It's like, that's just bad juju. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I think I'm valid in that respect, for sure. But I'm just surprised that it was like, it couldn't have been. I got to imagine that I can't remember. I honestly can't remember. But it's like, I guess I'm just surprised that it was that long since when I checked in with him again, like last August or September, and time just kind of flew by, and I just like really didn't think to call again because I guess honestly, when I thought about the situation, I just kept on thinking that they'd give me the benefit of the doubt, or they, you know, do their due diligence. But it's like they didn't. So I'm trying to contextualize it. Like, I just tell myself like there's a rhyme and a reason, and it made me stronger, I guess. You know, I don't know. It's just hard because it's just fucking asinine. It's insane. Like to think that that could have been another like social outlet that I could have had for the past 10 months. But again, I'm not gonna go and like blame myself and beat myself up about it because it's like an organization tells you they're gonna reach out. Yeah, I'm in my right mind to assume that they're gonna reach out for a big deal like that. You no longer need fucking vaccine passports. It's a huge fucking thing. I'm a little frustrated that I can't really remember when the last time I called was, but I gotta imagine it wasn't that long ago. I had to have called like this past November or something. And this year like flew by and I don't know, man. Such bullshit. Quadruple 4 on the clock. That's how I say that. Queen of Cup, I'm always going to read that as a mom energy. I mean, I want to read it obviously the way it's meant to, but Cancerian Gemini, that just reminds me of my mom's. Looking at the Queen of Pentacle or the Ace of Pentacle. cutting ties, not playing fair, Nine of Pentacle. So I've been reading that as like beating out the competition. The Five of Swords specifically has been coming across as like head and shoulders above the competition. Spirit, am I right on that? Like, can you confirm? Because it's usually like deceivery, but to be with the context of Nine of Pentacles, Ace of Pentacles, it doesn't. It feels like you're like head and shoulders above the competition, like taking the cake. Yeah, King of Wands, illuminating, like you're a luminary. Why the King of Pentacles in reverse? It could be that that's also your situation. So you're the most worthy or the most in need. Why the Four of Cup in the upright? Not being receptive to something? Ace of Pentacle in the upright, not being receptive. Maybe it could be previous offers that you haven't been receptive of. Again, clarify the Five of Swords. Is it really truly the fact that like you take the cake and you're just the best candidate for it? Six of Swords in the upright, walking away, moving away, finally finding that resource to go into. Clarify the Six of Swords. Is that just going to work? Three of Swords in the upright. Is that just the backdrop of someone doing you wrong and then you finally kind of coming out of that cycle? What is it? Yes, Seven of Pentacles in the upright. Finally, things are growing for you. But it feels like the Six of Swords is coming. Is moving to the Ace of Pentacles. So maybe it's both. Kind of felt like it was traveling to the Seven of Pentacles finally. Again, what's the Five of Swords? Ace of Pentacles, I got to imagine it's this new opportunity. Tower card, sudden change. King of Sword in the reverse, Seven of Sword in the reverse, Nine of Pentacles in the reverse, Judgment in the reverse, World card completion, celebration, wish fulfillment. What's the Five of Sword in the upright? Is it that articulate of you just taking the cake, beating the competition? It's Cup in the upright, yes. Yeah, it could be that you have the most experience, put in the most work, are the most deserving. You take the cake in the competition based off your skill and your experience. You're ripe for this. You need this. So it's like all these things are coming into alignment to lead with you being fulfilled with the Ten of Pentacles, Star card fulfillment with fulfillment, Three of Cup in the upright, celebration, World card. So it just kind of tells me that it's like, yeah, you're the best kind of candidate for the scenario. Anything else or spirit? So fucking Joe. 7/20/2023. The day that LA Fitness, I think it was even like to the day. I think they closed it like on like November 20th, November 21st. It was literally like a day before my fucking ex broke up with me, that whore. If that's the case, then let's see, what is that technically? August, September, October, November. So 4 months removed from 2 years, 20 months, a year and 8 months, you son of a bitch. And then they're trying to claim that it could have been only 10 months, but it was double because of miscommunication. They're so full of shit. It's crazy how time flies. 9 of Pentacles in the upright. King of Wands, stability, decision. 8 of Swords, you can't see the decision. 7 of Pentacles, you feel like it's not coming, but it is that compensatory decision, compensatory decision. It's going to allow you to come on a heartbreak here. New offer, Ace of Pentacles. Yeah, you've well done the internal alchemy here. You know what I'm saying? You're like fucking overdue. You're overcooked. 8 of Wands in the upright, 9 of Cups in the upright, Ace of Pentacles. Those are some good fucking energies. King of Swords is like a decision, a conclusion to give you the Ace of Pentacles, wish fulfillment, experience. 8 of Wands, incoming communication. Yeah, I just feel like your world is going to change overnight. You know, you've been so far long gone without these soulmates, without this balance and stability. And it's like, it's time, man. It's time for you to get that fucking box. Seeing the future, 3 of Pentacles in the upright, that collaborative work energy, wish fulfillment, coming out of conflict. Again, 5 of Swords in the upright. To me, all that says, 5 of Wands in the reverse, coming out of conflict, 9 of Wands in the reverse. It's like letting down the fucking anger and the bitterness and the resentment and the hard-fought efforts, letting that all down. 5 of Swords in the upright. I would never in my wildest imagination have interpreted that as like taking the cake. But that to me is kind of quite literally how it's coming across. It's coming across as like taking the cake. Sudden change, Tower. 9 of Wands in the reverse, some card again. 9 of Wands again. Distraction. Why the distraction? Openness. You've been open, waiting, but it's been taking forever. Now they want to rush. Well, you're chomping at the bit, and that's a conflict in and of itself. Because you're trying to make ends meet. You're trying to keep your overhead. I do see the victory coming in, though. I do feel as though it's going to be handed to you. I think people feel some type of way about that. They feel bad about it. But they are looking upon you as the person that they want to invest in. That's how it's coming across. Why the 3 of Swords in the upright? It's like maybe because it can't come soon enough, you know? It's like they could have that fucking fair weather intention all they want, but until they fucking give you that offer, like you're in your fucking scenario. But I guess it does empower you to just kind of not trip, you know? Like at the end of the day, you could act as if your situation is better than it is, because you could do that. That's your magic. That's your manifestation. You could act like you're there already. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, coming out of that negativity, moving into that victory, 6 of Wands in the upright. Could be during the full moon, new full moon, early August. You know, it might feel as though it's so far long gone, but what's another couple of fucking months so as to commence the biggest, best chapter of your life? You know what I'm saying? Incoming communication in regards to this job situation. Something that you fought for. It's going to start to grow in. Do, re, mi. Completion of the cycle after stagnancy, Wheel of Fortune. Three of Cup in the reverse is crystallizing, something solidifying. Why the Two of Cup in the reverse? Yeah, it's like I read this in the context of like crystallizing, solidifying, knowing that they want to give you that benefit. Because the 3 points to the two in the reverse points to the one, and the one is that offer, right? It's like you can't make that agreement until you extend that offer, until you extend the financial offer. So they might slide that envelope across the table, and you just kind of got to wait for that to occur. Like they quite literally can't be Two of Cup in the reverse or in the upright with fulfillment, Nine of Cup, work, career, energy, having the qualifications, experience. World card looking at the Three of Cup in the reverse, narrowing of a decision, pointing to the two in the upright, which is the contract. Two in the reverse, pointing to the one in the upright, which is that actual extension of that offer. Like we're talking bizzles, we're talking dollars, we're talking bucks. Like I can't have this in the upright. I can't give you the agreement unless you talk bizzles. Slide that envelope agreement to me. I think it's going to be something that you want to see though. Nine of Cups in the upright, world card. I have a weird feeling that it's going to be more compensatory than you thought. I have a feeling that it's going to be over the number they gave you. I can make up words here. HE, hi, new here. Can I ask a controversial yes or no question? Sure. Yes. Please like, subscribe the video, share it. If you want to send a tip or a donation to Cash App, PayPal, Venmo in the description box, it's much appreciated. Helps the channel keep going. But yeah, feel free to ask your question. Spirit, are they going to pay more than the given? I know it's a non-for-profit, but I feel in a weird way. Is the Earth flat? Yes or no? Don't re me fa so fucking over you, girl. Baby, getting no. Seven of Pentacles in the reverse. It's a no. Wow, 2 away from 1K. No, I totally get the flat Earth debate. One thing that I heard that was interesting is, thank you, bless you, is Neil deGrasse Tyson says to look at the moon and see the shadow when there's an eclipse. It's round, it's circular, meaning all of the shadows that are offsetting each other, whether it's the sun or the planet Earth or the moon, it's going to be casted on the moon, and they're all circular. Like, don't get me wrong, like I would love to believe that the Earth is flat, or at least like hollow, or there's like a black sun, or like crazy shit. But tarot says no, and I'm often left like I don't know how flat earthers explain when there's a lunar eclipse how the Earth's shadow is casted on the moon and it's round. Like how do they? I don't know how they explain that. Unless they, because I've seen flat Earth models where the sun and the moon are local, and the Earth is flat, and maybe they're just saying that that's just an effect of the dancing of the light and the shadowing. But I thought that was interesting what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. So, but hey, I fucking love a tinfoil hat. I'm like Sam Tripoli. I'm Eddie Bravo. I'm all like 10 toes deep. I'm all in on that shit. I want to believe in it all. No, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I've never heard of the impossible eclipse. But I just thought that if the question is how is it that a circular shadow could be casted on the moon when there's like I don't know if it's called a solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse, but I know what he's referring to, the fact that the shadow that's casted on the moon is spherical, circular, if you will. And that could probably only be done, I guess, with a spherical object. So, but no, tell me if you don't mind, because I'd love to learn about shit that I don't know about. And like I said, I'm on your side. You know, I'm with you. I'm totally like, yes, I totally subscribe to fucking. I think that the government's corrupt. I think the whole COVID thing is corrupt. I think everything is corrupt, whether it's military industrial, whether it's like HIV, cancer, all that shit. I think that all that is fucking cooked. But yes, please enlighten me, if you will. Please feel free to tell me. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen models like that where it says the sun and the moon are in the sky. Right. Yeah, I've seen models of that, 3D models, but again, I haven't looked so much into it. I mean, people are saying like the firmament, where it's like there's a body of water above the atmosphere. I think that's cool as fuck. I would totally like love for that to be true. I'm not saying that it's not. I have no way of knowing, you know. And then there are other motherfuckers that say the ocean is space, that it just goes on forever. I think that's cool as fuck. I used to be into like, well, I still am, but I remember when I was in like third grade, I always used to take out the same book. It's this book is called Mysteries of the Unexplained, and it was all about like Bigfoot and Loch Ness and UFOs and ghosts and exorcisms and werewolves and the Bermuda Triangle. And I always would take out that same book. You could Google it. It's called Mysteries of the Unexplained. It's a big blue tome, and I've just always been fascinated with like the taboo and like the mysterious. I love that shit. You see crazy videos on TikTok nowadays, like cryptozoology and like mermaids and shit. I love all that shit. I can't explain a lick of it, but you should check out. I don't know if you know who Sam Tripoli is, but he has a podcast called Tinfoil Hat. He's a comedian, Sam Tripoli. It sounds like how it's spelled. Um, yeah, I love all that shit. I mean, I think that that's why that like I subscribe to like the tarot and like astrology and all that shit. Yeah, Sam Tripoli, Tripoli. His podcast is called Tinfoil Hat, and it's on YouTube. You're welcome. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I'm a firm believer in like I really do think that like the tarot and astrology, I think all that is like ancient knowledge that could help predict our future. I really do. Yeah. No, it's Tripoli. It's Tripoli. Sam Tripoli. Do re mi fa sol la. See if there's any other cool energies that want to come out here. Spirit. I know, right? That's crazy. Flat Earth brought you to astrology. How? Tell me about that. Yeah, and like basically, if you believe in like flat Earth and you believe in like a fixed sky model too, because then you have to try to account for Polaris, the North Star, and it never moves. It's always like directly north. And people think like there's no way for all the bodies in the sky not to be fixed if everything is like perfectly in synchronicity with each other, revolving around Polaris. That would mean that we'd have to have like an Earth centric flat model or something like that. Because they can't account for how the fuck is the North Star always perfectly above us? Like they put cameras and they look at it, and how is it always perfectly above us? Yeah, that's another thing I've been getting into more is the Bible. Um, just the idea of it and how it just it's kind of a roadmap for how to escape tyranny. Like I was listening to Jordan Peterson, him and a group of other kind of brilliant minds were discussing the book of Exodus and how it's like a bit of a roadmap of how to escape tyranny, both within yourself and outside of yourself, and how Moses had to escape the Pharaoh, but that was like a metaphor for like escaping his own personal self as well. Yeah, 66,000 miles. Yeah, and we feel none of it. I wish there were more women that thought like you. You are definitely girlfriend material. I would date someone like you in a heartbeat. I love when women like think outside the box and they question the narrative. Because I feel like there's not enough women that like think outside the box for real. But yeah, the Bible is yeah, I think we're gonna have like a pushback. I think that there's like a lot more of a conversion to using the Bible as a roadmap in life than we give it credit for. Yeah. I'm surprised I'm surprised you've never heard of Eddie Bravo or Sam Tripoli because they are they're big flat earth people. Bible basic instructions before leaving earth. Yeah, Sam Eddie Bravo and Sam Tripoli are good friends and they both believe in flat earth. So that's kind of how I started to hear about flat earth first and foremost. So you think that the Bible is I've never heard of that idea that the Bible is an instruction for leaving earth? Does that make Jesus an alien? Another thing that I'm speaking of like the Bible and shit, like I've been wondering lately, they say that like some people think that like Jesus had offspring and that like his royal bloodline that extends from like David and Abraham. Like he had like Jesus had a son, and like that's what that movie The Da Vinci Code was all about. But I wasn't into that stuff back in that day, so that kind of like went over my head. I wasn't really paying attention, but it's like everyone's fighting over who's like a part of that royal bloodline from Christ, and like potentially it's like all a big secret cover up. I don't know. Neil deGrasse Tyson was going to debate Eric Dubay, and he refused. Uh, Basic instructions before leaving Earth. But do they like? Is that like suggesting that there are actual instructions in the Bible? Like if you read Revelations, is that trying to say that there are instructions? You know, things that we have to do. I mean, I know that they're trying to depopulate the planet. Fucking Kamala Harris said that in a press conference literally the other day. And then Bill Gates has his whole fucking summit. I think he's like constructing like malaria ridden mosquitoes, and they're all moving to Florida. And then he's going to try to sell a vaccine. Crazy shit. It makes you wonder. Yeah, tell me about it. Feel free to write what you know. I like to learn shit. You're seriously the first person in the 1,000 subscribers to like start talking about flat Earth. It's really refreshing. I have to admit. I wish there was more people like that. Bum, ba-da-bum, bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I don't know why people are mad at discussing things like this. I don't know. I think a lot of people are paid off too. Like human beings, they will do anything for money or that security, that false security of money. That's funny. No, I'm the opposite. The more the merrier. I mean, I read cards for a living, so it's like I kind of get a little bit of blowback too. People think that what I do is fucking trash. Yeah. You know, yeah, like I said, the card says no, but I'm open that there's I'm open to the fact that there's a bunch of shit that we don't know or that we're not being told for that matter, you know. Yeah. Yeah. I just feel like there are a lot of answers um, in those fringe traditions like tarot, astrology, questioning the earth model, conspiracies. Yeah. Yeah. That'd be a good horror movie, like a Tooth Fairy horror movie. I'm sure somebody's made that already. Where they're after the little children's teeth. Santa Claus is supposed to be a metaphor for like reaching enlightenment, apparently. Like the the biomechanics of like the cerebral spinal fluid and how the chrism goes down the corpus callosum in the mind, in the brain, and it cycles through the spinal fluid and then it travels back up to the pineal gland and then it activates the pineal gland. It's called like a physiological like radial effect or something like that because there are like crystal molecules in the pineal gland that act as like some sort of like radio conductor or something like that. And when you consider the fact that all reality is just based off of our eyes are black holes and we take in light and then the image of reality is constructed in the back of our brains and then given as information to the rest of our brain. And so um, his name is Joe Dispenza. He talks a lot about this kind of shit. I think this is how you spell it, Joe Dispenza. Someone to look up on YouTube as well. But everything is like this like quantum feedback loop shit where we like perceive our reality, but like reality is just a holographic matrix based on our assumptions. But point being, it feels as though that because I think they say that because um, well, one, it's a nice idea, it's a nice thought, but two, it's it's like encoded, you know, so that those that know always have that story for reference. And it's nice for the kids, I think, you know. But that's some trippy ass imagery. There's a fat man and he's jolly and he's merry and he's holy and he has a bag of toys for the children. But yeah, it's supposed to be that Santa Claus represents like the Amanita muscaria mushroom that reindeer consume, and it's toxic and it's hallucinogenic, and it makes you trip balls when you eat it. And so flying reindeer, it's kind of a hallucin, it's kind of a trippy image, anyways. Yeah, yeah. Rachie, do you have a Instagram or something so I can look you up? You don't mind me sharing? My Instagram is it's basically just tarot stuff, but that's my Instagram. Running a tarot, it's the same as the YouTube. But you know, as far as yeah, the quantum and all that shit. What I've been tripping on as of late is the fact that like our egos, our conceptual sense of self that we have in our own brains for ourselves, they are basically um, they're they're basically like filters to keep us from going insane. That's why if you have anyone talk about like an LSD experience or whatever, they kind of go through psychosis because that veil or that filter is removed, that loss of ego. And if you think about it, it's like my ego is makes it so that life seems kind of boring and mundane and empty. And the scary thing is when you start to kind of believe in that. You know, it's kind of like you start to believe that you know everything and things are boring and whatever, but it's really just the ego playing that trick on you from being like overwhelmed at the immense capacity of reality, to your point of we only see a certain amount of the spectrum of light and frequency. So I've been tripping on that a lot too. Is we start to believe that like life is like boring and dumb and whatever, but that's just our ego protecting us from fucking losing it and losing our shit, you know. Flat Earth has gravity not being a force in bending space time brought me to it. Yeah, I don't, you know. Yeah, I think that there's like a couple different layers of ego, you know. I think that there's like an intangible one, like a physiological ego, biological ego, not like the ego of the personality. I feel like that's kind of easy to defrag, but there's always that remnant of that ego that wants to keep you safe and confined. You know, that's the ego that I'm talking about. Um, and it's interesting because I was just watching something recently, and they were saying how the practice of meditation, like real scientifically proven meditation techniques from like India, from like spanning back like thousands of years, that is actually a biological based experience where you're depriving your body of sensory input and you're tangibly centering your attention and your focus to the center of your being, and then you're raising that consolidated consciousness focus, you're raising it to your brain, and then you're expanding beyond the limitations of your ego so that all you're experiencing is pure, unadulterated, energetic consciousness of oneness. But they liken that, the guy that I was listening to the other day, actually on the Tinfoil Hat podcast that I suggested with Sam Tripoli, um, that feels like you're going through an ego death. The body, the personality, self, ego understands that meditation when it's done correctly as it feels as though it's experiencing death. So a lot of people panic when they go through that process because their brain convinces them that they're dying. And so you have to, I guess, just be like a very elevated, you have to be at a very elevated understanding of what you're doing to signal to your brain it's okay, you're not dying, you're safe. This is, you're just experiencing a loss of personality, ego death, not a biological death. Are you calling me Einstein? Were you like, was that a put down? Were you throwing shade? I'm not sure how to read that sentence. Are you saying, yep, because gravity isn't a force in the globe model, Einstein? Like, are you calling me Einstein? Confused. Or are you just referencing Einstein? Gravity isn't a force in the globe model, Einstein. We need a force to move things. Yeah. I'm reading everything that you're writing. Einstein is bendy space time. Theory of relativity goes against Newton's laws of motions. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know. One thing that I saw the other day, somebody was in the same conversation of like questioning gravity. Somebody was um, questioning like why do bubbles rise at the bottom of the ocean when they come through those kind of thermo vents? And it's like, shouldn't gravity keep them down? Shouldn't gravity hold them to the earth? But then you I guess you get into the conversation of like, you know, density and air pressure dynamics. And I guess the idea is that the air inside the bubble is going to expand to the greatest space. And that's the force that it's, and the force of that is stronger than the force of gravity, I would imagine, as it tries to rise up from the bottom of the ocean. Um, I don't know. I don't know how that makes sense. I'm not a scientist, obviously, but it's like you would think that the ocean is heavier than But I guess it's the fact that the ocean is denser and heavier than the air, and that's what you're witnessing. Is that the density and the heaviness of the ocean? It's not that the bubble is defying gravity, it's that the heaviness of the ocean is displacing itself so that it's forcing the air to go up. And that force is stronger than gravity, I would imagine. So, yeah, I don't know how to, I've never really dove into questioning gravity. I mean, if you were to just kind of do a basic experiment where you would like, you drop something, um, I would imagine it's just because this object is denser or heavier than the air that it's displacing. So there's a force that's pulling it downward to, the earth, I would imagine. Yeah, I don't know what relative density disequilibrium is. More dense. I don't know, what are we talking about when you say more dense? More, something is more dense than a medium. So I'm thinking the ocean is more dense than the buoy. If you're talking about something that's buoyant. Right. If there's a cruise ship and a brick falling from the sky, they would fall at the same rate, technically, I guess. But the brick would sink because it's more dense comparatively to the volume of the ship that it's encompassing. That makes sense to me. A helium balloon will move forward in a car. Talk about that a little bit more. What do you mean by a helium balloon will move forward in a car? Like if this is a helium balloon, it's in a car. If you start driving, the helium balloon will hit the car because it's not going to move relatively with the car because it's not recognizing being in a car. It's not, you know. Same thing with like an elevator, right? Isn't that like a famous example of like an elevator? RDD is more dense than medium, more dense than medium down, less dense than medium up. Yeah, okay, so helium balloon is less dense than air, so it goes up. Right. Yep. Right. Vomit comment? It doesn't really make sense when I read that. If you get a helium balloon and accelerate, the balloon being less dense will move forward. Don't you mean it'll move backwards? Like if a balloon is in a car, say this is the front of the car, this is the back of the car. If a car moves forward, doesn't the balloon stay in place and then it just hits the back of the car? But you're saying that if the front of the car moves forward, the balloon will move forward with it. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, and I don't think I agree with because I would think that the balloon would hit the back of the car when you start driving forward. Well, I got to imagine it went to zero because the fall is faster than 9.8 meters per second. Yeah. I don't think I feel like the helium balloon in a car is a bad example because I feel like the helium balloon will float upwards and hit the roof of the car. And then now you got that interference with that kind of tactile interference, that static interference, where it's touching the roof of the car. So I'm gonna get something to drink. 1 second. I gotta look up a video of a helium balloon moving in a car. Uh, well, if it's tied down on a string,
I don't know. I think that maybe this one will be a little bit more grounded. And because I don't know. That's just that's my hypothesis.
Let's try it. So Sarah, go ahead and punch it. All right, emergency, stop. Yeah.
Wow.
When we accelerated, we got pushed backwards essentially, but the balloon went forward.
It did. It went forward.
What's going on?
I don't know. Is it just because of the the weight of what's inside the gas?
You're on the right track.
Okay.
This van is filled with gas. It's filled.
Okay, I want to think about this before you explains. Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense. I guess the air that's surrounding the gas is heavier than the balloon. So the heavier air pushes back forward. And so it's displacing the balloon moving forward. The heavier air pushes back, and so it's displacing the lighter air of the balloon forward. That makes sense to me. I'm not sure what the question is. You know? See, I didn't, when you originally said that, I didn't know that it was like tied down. So I wasn't too sure about that.
With air.
Yeah.
Sarah, go ahead and punch it again. Goes forward. Emergency stop. Quick. Goes back.
Wow.
Okay, the air inside of the van is actually at rest. When she accelerates, more air gets back here, and up front where they are, there's a little bit less air.
And is that why
It's a
the
little bit
balloon
less
is
dense.
drawn that way?
Yeah, helium balloons float upwards into the upper atmosphere because it's less dense higher that you go.
Huh.
Okay, so it's trying to find a place where the density of the air is equal to its density,
And
which
it
is
can do that quickly.
yeah. Do it again, Sarah. One more time. And then stop fast. Oh, it's just
Wow.
so.
As I'm thrown forward,
As
the
you're
balloon's
thrown
coming back
The
at
balloon
me.
goes back. So we're gonna actually try going through a loop-de-loop up here and see what
Okay.
happens when we go in a circle with our balloons.
Okay.
So it looks like the road is clear. That's kind of a cool thing. If you've ever carried party balloons in your car, you've probably noticed this. All right, so brace yourself. Speedy up here in the driver's seat is going to take us around this loop pretty quick. We're going to make a left-hand turn fast.
And they go in
They go in opposite
opposite directions.
And the line connecting almost even looks the same.
It does.
All right, punch it. Goes forward and give us a stop. And it goes back. Good thing you're wearing the seatbelt.
Yeah. And you,
But how is that in favor of your point? You know what I'm saying? That's what I want to know. But that's the same thing that I'm saying. Yeah, but the cruise ship is not heavier than all of the water that is displacing it. You know what I'm saying? Right. It's not a force down. It's just that it's just density. So in a way, I mean, but the reason the density matters at all, I would think, is because gravity. Because Earth is the densest thing per volume that there is. So hence why it wins. You know. What are we doing? I love this conversation. It's the most action I've had in years. And Reichi Quintuple O is probably some guy in Nigeria. I almost guarantee that she is not her profile pic. She is a he, probably. I don't know what her agenda is. Why would density matter to how much is displaced? Because of gravity. Gravity is just more relative density. That's all it is. If you could understand that gravity is more relative density displacement, then you might understand it better. Because if you think about it, the Earth is the densest thing. That's why it has a strong gravitational pull. So yeah, I mean, I guess I would agree with the fact that it's bending space time. You know, I would say that dense object, a dense object such as Earth, is space time. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I think that people that are arguing about gravity, I think gravity has become a loaded word. And so maybe they're not understanding that what people mean by gravity is more referential to a denser object. So when we're talking about the ship being less dense, but the brick being dense, it's only in relation to Earth. Because you got to understand that Earth is the unspoken variable in the equation as being the most dense. It's denser than the ship, it's denser than the brick, it's denser than the ocean. So when they say gravity, gravity is just a catch-all word for in reference to the denseness of the earth. You know? But you're not taking into consideration the volume of the earth compared to lead. See, I think that's where you got it wrong. I think density does attract density when it comes to the displacement of space and time. When you're talking about Earth bending mass, or when you're talking about space time bending density, then yeah, density attracts density at that volume. Yeah, mass is what's bending space and time. Yeah, because space time is just more of matter and mass at a atomic level. You know. I think when you consider a higher dimension, yeah, space and time can bend. Right. The it's the backdrop by which the charges of protons, neutrons, electrons can codify and and kind of crystallize or densify. Yeah. So it's basically just like the proton attracts the neutron, attracts the electron. And so that's what the density of of mass is. It's basically just a higher exchange of proton, neutrons, and electrons. You know. And then if that's the case, then it makes you fucking astounded at how there could be such a beautiful balance of the moon in relation to the gravity of the earth, in relation to the gravity of the sun. That's crazy to think about. That such a harmonic could exist in the ballet of the moon revolving around the sun, yet still in this kind of perpetual motion, revolving gravitationally around the sun. It makes, if you think about it, it kind of gives you an appreciation for, what are the chances and the possibility of that kind of perfection, you know? Yeah. That kind of makes you wonder, like, but then if that's the case, then it's like, it goes back to the conversation of like human ego. Like our ego is preventing us from thinking in that way, that we are in this perfect trillion to one odds balanced paradigm of the moon and the earth and the sun. Because if our egos were aware of that 24/7, we would probably lose our fucking minds. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think. Yeah. So rain me, I'm so fucking done with you, girl. Damn, where you at that it's 12:35 a.m.? Yeah, thank you so much. Are you in like Australia or England or where you at? What country are you in? Yeah, 1K subs. I can't wait. Oh, England, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Thanks for your time. Thanks for the conversation. I appreciate you. Feel free to subscribe if you, I think you already said you subscribed. Thank you. But if you didn't, please subscribe. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Woohoo, like and sub. Thank you, thank you.